Check, check. Right, I'm back. False start this morning. The coffee is still warm, I think, which is fine, which is good. Let's just look at Twitch for a second. I just want to delete that. Delete that video. This one I want to export to YouTube. Day 61. So this is Async pathfinding part 1. So we're going to work more on the async pathfinding. All right. So, astatic. So we left some notes from yesterday. Here, return not an A star result, but a movement controller result of some kind. Okay. One of the things that I did realize I did yesterday, which is actually wrong, is this is A star search. Like this. And this A star empty, I need to put a to do here. Pass this A star into A star search. Like, we need to do that. Visual Studio is using a lot of RAM again. I'm gonna have to restart Visual Studio. So I'll just quit. Yeah, I updated Visual Studio and all of a sudden it's using like, it builds up to using like 4 or 5 gigabytes of RAM if I leave it on. Never used to do that before the update, I don't think. And this is an old computer, so it starts to chug a bit. Okay, cool. So if we go to, whoops, game state now, tick NPC patrol. So we call it A star tick. If it's at the goal, we advance the patrol. If we can't find the goal, what do we do? Right now, we just set the position. And then it'll come through and it'll say it's at the goal. Okay. So just run this and see what happens if it will build. It probably won't build actually. get it to a building state and we'll run it and we'll see what happens. Generate NPC dynamic colliders is undefined. So where is that actually defined? It looks like in-game state. And it's just using the movement controllers for everything and the interaction bounds. So this is kind of a little bit wrong actually. Maybe. Now, because we're saying interaction bounds. We're getting interaction bounds per animated rig type. We're saying it's dependent on the animated rig type because obviously different sizes of animated rig have different bounds. So it'll probably go for the animation controller actually. We have get world bounds. So generate dynamic collider actually goes now through the animation controller. And this is AC get world bounds like that now. So do you want to keep it in the game state? It goes through NPCs as well. Should probably go through each animation controller. Really. So animation controllers. I'm going to say if AC dot get ID equals ID, continue like this. Fjernbjörg, hey, I remember you, Brit. Yeah, from 2 days ago maybe. Yeah. Hope you're doing all right. So this is get NPC dynamic colliders. Generate NPC dynamic colliders. I'm going to just call this generate dynamic colliders. Yesterday. Don't be sad about it. My memory for days. I remember you, but my memory for time is absolutely terrible. I can only remember like half an hour ago in terms of time. Hope you're all right. All right. So this is NPCs.getCount. This is now animation controllers get count. Oh yeah. There's now. So right now, this only looks at animation controllers. We should extend it to all entity. Really. BGRA. But I thought it was RGBA the entire time. Ah, okay. Yeah, so it's swapping the channel over. Blue and red. Yeah, I've fallen for that before. have to do some kind of swizzle stuff. I think actually Photoshop makes me do a swizzle. I thought it did. No, I think it actually stores all the reds together, then all the greens together, then all the blues together. One of my image loaders makes me do a swizzle. Can't remember which one it is. Yeah, cool. Yeah, could swap. Is it me when you're loading images? STL if Linux is defined, otherwise use native Windows. Cool, cool. Yeah, I remember us talking about that. Yeah, cool, cool. So this is in-game state for tick a static. So this is game state. Generate dynamic colliders. I don't really know if it needs to be in the game state. We need to find a good home for that, really. STL implementation is not optimized. Oh, okay, cool. Yeah, you can work on that. Uses the software renderer, right? Yeah, definitely, yeah. Yeah, so you can just swizzle those red and blue bytes around when you actually create the texture. Or when you load it from the disk. Or do you just set a flag to say what channel is in what? Can't remember. I've not really used STL much. NPC undeclared identifier. So here we're getting the animation controller twice. Well, let's just get it once. If AC, and then we don't need to get it here as well. Oops. If AC, we get the walk speed. Yeah, let's just specify the format. Yeah, so you can just say, yeah, cool. Is that search? So what's the problem here? I wonder if we can change the background color. For the output window. Whoops. Yeah, output window. Selected text. Let's make it white. That didn't work. Output window. Selected text. White. Oh, that just doesn't work. current list location. Let's make them all white, right? Inactive selected text. Well, that's fine. Just want to take all the blue stuff off. There we go. Well, let's change the text to white as well, which is not what I want. We'll keep the text red. No. Red. There we go. That's a bit more contrasty. STL events to your own events. Yeah, so I know you can get window events off it, can't even keyboard and stuff like that. I do remember that about it. Yeah. STL events is already an abstraction. Yeah. Yeah, man. Good luck with it. Cannot convert argument for from standard optional rect to const rect. Argument for, so this one. Okay, so this is not a room bounds. What do we do? We're just going to say value or rect for now. All right, cool. So this tick needs sorting out as well. Now, set position. Destination is so this is dest p. STL library is 100 times bigger. Yeah. Yeah, I mean it's massive, innit? It's like a, they call it like a media layer, don't they? So it has like absolutely tons of stuff in it. Is it a media layer? But it's a big project. Okay, game state, generate dynamic colliders referenced in the movement controller. That never got built. Yeah, well, it's a personal project, innit? You shouldn't get mad at anyone trying to do things for personal projects. So AC cannot be used before it is initialized. Get animation controller. Alright, this is just ID, this. It's got two ACs. Oh, we don't even need to do this. Look at this. Lovely. I think coding as a hobby should just be about having fun. If you criticize someone's coding, you know, and it's like a hobby or a personal project, like it's just exactly the same as criticizing someone's painting or something. It's like you don't get to criticize someone else's creative freedom or whatever. Right, that seems to be fine now. So this looks like it's going to need a rebuild because it's not detecting that it's changed. Alright, so like I was saying, this tick needs kind of to be redone because this tick includes an A star now. So we've got like an A star coming into a tick that could potentially do another A star here, which is obviously incorrect. Only if the move target is set. So this is if we want, we've specified an NPC to move somewhere as opposed to them just moving automatically following their normal day-to-day patrols. So I'm thinking that move 2 could just call this. If move 2 is set, it could just call this with the move 2 location. And tick doesn't include the move 2 anymore. In software in debug mode. Are you breaking it up into tiles? You should be able to break the screen into as many tiles as you've got threads. And that should speed it up. Obviously, it does make the render a lot more complicated though. The DX render, debug and release. Yeah. Like this game in debug at the moment, debug mode will go at like hundreds of frames a second on a fairly complicated level. So like, and this is an old card, it's GTX 1080 this card, so it's an old card and it's still like perfectly fast enough to do this type of stuff that I'm doing. Okay, so let's just go to game state and tick NPC patrol. So we're getting a move target and we're just ticking them with the move target. So that's a little bit sloppy as well. Might mean it still works though. We've got our destination from the patrol. We're going to say A star, tick to the destination position. So this will tick to a position. It won't change the room though. Software in the day. Spent months on the DirectX render. Yeah. Yeah, cool. Half AI written. Really interesting. That's cool. Do you use like Copilot or anything like that? Get it working. Yeah, that's often a good approach. And then you can speed it up later. So this is going to do an A star search, which is working. it returns to unknown, right? It returns unknown. So what we were going to do, well, let's come back. Is we were going to return a movement controller result of some kind rather than the A star result. Okay, so this now in theory should have, it has a path, it has an entry with paths in it, which was calculated last frame. It can just do a drift. Okay, so let's just see then. Let's just see what happens to the dude. As long as he picks up a new path in a bit. Which I don't think he's doing. He's like even paused his animation there. Okay, so what's going on here? So A star result is turning at so it's returning at goal. So we need to do this bit here. Return not an A star result, but a movement controller result. So we're gonna go enum class a movement controller result. I'm gonna go unknown. Calculating path. At goal. I think we just need those three at the moment. Make that one a U32 as well. Working on the features and other bug fixes today after getting proof of concept. Quite boring to polish it. All right, okay. I tend to like, yeah, so my analogy is like you write a system and it's like a big wobbly blob. It works, but it's really wobbly and it's blobby. And then you refine it and you refine it and you like turn it into this solid ball of muscle or whatever. So you're in the wobbly blob phase. This movement controller's it's been in the wobbly blob phase for a while to do with like how it links with path finding. And I'm turning it up a little bit now. Then you work on it more and more. So I'll get it working to this level and I'll go and work on something else. And then eventually I'll come back to it and turn it up even more until eventually it's a really good system. That tends to be how I work. The wobbly blob, yeah. Yeah, that's it. So you can go and work on your program with the UI now as the wobbly blob. And then when you eventually you'll get a bit sick of working on that and you need something else to work on. So you can go back and refine the UI code more and flip-flop around. That's kind of one of the things I do to keep myself motivated. And I think once you've worked on the application of the UI, you'll probably be better informed how to go back and improve the UI system itself. So it gives you more insight and context into how you're using the system, which is what's happening with this AI, with this A star linked with the movement controller stuff. So it's a good path, it's a good flow, I think. So we've got, this is going to return a movement controller result. Like I've called this, like I've got a bunch of stuff that's going to change, like A static is not a good name. It's not going to be that eventually. And the A static calls into the main tick, but the main tick also does an A star search, which is obviously not great either, because that the first A star search might be thrown away to do this one, which is not what I want to do, you know. But we'll get there eventually, cutting out all of the blobness. So this is going to return something like following path. Calculating path, following path at goal. This is going to return E movement controller result following path. A few features of my application, like a save button, simple tabs and combo boxes. Cool. Yeah, combo box is a fairly tricky one to do, isn't it? Especially if you can type into it. That's really tricky. Combo box with a text box inside that does a filter on the elements. That's like one of the more difficult UI widgets to make. Yeah, nice one. That's good then. Few problems. Yeah. I didn't implement on my combo box the typing. I might do if the combo boxes get too long, too many elements. Do a filter, like a filter box, I suppose. But we're not there yet. Like I have a combo box and I have a text box, so in theory, I should be able to reuse a lot of that code. Combo box at first required me to rewrite and restructure a lot. Yeah, UI is really hard. It's one of the most difficult things to do in a game engine, probably. Do properly. I would say. At least in my experience. It's taken me many years to get around to being able to write good, proper UI. There's all sorts of errors that catch you out all the time. Or catch me out all the time. So you could write like a button And then you'd be like, well, if the mouse goes over it, the button's hot. Like this button here. But that's not true, because if I click here and then, oh, can't do it there. If I click somewhere and then mouse over it, the button doesn't become hot. So the condition that the button is hot is not just that the mouse is over it. There's loads of little things like that. And then if you like mouse over a button and then click it, but then mouse off the button and release it, the button shouldn't fire. That's the proper behavior of a button. So you can actually cancel a button press. See, it's not actually starting the program. There's like loads and loads of stuff like that in UI. And then of course sometimes you do want buttons to activate as soon as you've clicked on them. Oops. Like this. The button to fire this combo box, I do want to fire as soon as I've clicked on it. So you need to be able to code buttons with two different types of state. So like if I click on this and then move off it, I've still got my mouse on the my finger on the mouse button, and then I move back onto it and I unclick, it should still fire. If I unclick anywhere else, it shouldn't. On these types of buttons, but then yeah, on these buttons it should always fire when I click on it. So it's like there's all sorts of weird stuff. All right, so this is actually an at goal. Failed to find goal. If the A star result is at goal, so I don't want to check if the A star result is at goal there and set the position, because it might not be exactly at the position with the A star, and I'll create a snap if the A star's already reporting that it's at the goal. So I think we'll do a separate check here. We return eMovement controller result at goal. So we've got all the A star results there. We've got goal in collidable, start in collidable, failed to find goal. So failed to find goal and start in the collidable. If the start is in the collidable, that means you're starting the path from inside a collidable. We just snap it to the end. Or if we can't even find the goal. What happens if the goal is in the collidable? So it's else if A star result dot error equals EA star result. Goal is in the collidable. I think we just return following path for now. This could, if the goal never, if this could happen, if the goal is never out of the collidable, this would like pause the path. So we're going to do a to do here. If the goal never changes. There's the efficient scrolling when typing and the highlighting. When you're typing into it. Yeah, so yeah. When you're like filtering. Yeah, that's... You need to do... I have something for that called... to restructure things. Drop down required to appear in front. Oh yeah, okay. Yeah, so you're trying to, yeah, if you need to scissor or whatever. If you need to scissor the pop that, like the drop down, or you just need it to appear in front, like you need. You know, you could put it right at the end of the draw call, potentially, to make it appear in front, at the back, right at the end of the you know, the mesh. Or you can render it in a separate draw call. I render mine in a separate draw call, I think, because it's scissored as well. I think it's scissored, which needs to be in a separate draw call. Just so it doesn't get too big, get too wide. Yeah, I have like this abstraction in my engine called canvases. So the idea is a canvas is like an area of the screen, and then you draw canvases to the window. But the canvases have their own coordinate system. So the top left of a canvas is 0, 0. And then you can specify just the Z order of the canvases themselves. So you can just bring entire canvases to the front if you want, or send them to the back, rather than individual widgets. So like this would be a canvas, and then the drop down itself would be another canvas. That's the way I've done it. Yeah, canvas in the front, canvas for the back. Separate canvas for like tooltips. So tooltips will appear in front even of combo boxes. I'll show you if I can get it to build. Not very elegant. Yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, you have to refine it. And the great thing is about the canvases in the renderer is you can just draw to a canvas once, and that the entire state of the draw is saved. So you don't, if the next frame comes along, rather than spend all the CPU time drawing into the canvas again, you can just commit the canvas to the renderer from the previous frame, and it will just render it again. So it's like you don't have to draw everything or every frame if you don't want to. You can just save results, save canvases, and draw them across many frames. So this is eMovement controller result unknown. Damage specific parts of a window, yeah. So you can have a tileable renderer as well. This is not quite a tileable renderer in that way. Like Windows is the same. You just invalidate areas of the window, and then the whatever's rendering the window on the operating system side will just refresh those parts of the window, and that's why that's really, really efficient. That's why Windows can pretty much run on, or any operating, like any spec of computer really, within reason. Yeah, that's the way to get it super duper fast. I'll show you. No, there isn't a build of it. There might be a release, but maybe the release build is no good. I remember this release build being broken. Yeah, like nothing happened. Can't show you at the moment because the game doesn't run and I don't have an executable, unfortunately. So this is movement controller. I've got now. So let's just rebuild this. UI drawing stuff. So it has logic to determine when to redraw. Yeah. Yeah, so Windows handles that with the like events loop, doesn't it? Where it tells you where to draw and when. And then if you do something like C# with .NET, it gives you callbacks to do that. I think. The great thing about, so one of the things about the immediate mode UI, which is where you do draw it every frame, like I am GUI or something, is that you, the programmer, don't have to hold any state. So that's one of the big pluses. That's what makes something like I am GUI really easy to use, because you don't need to hold any state if you don't want to. You just do calls. And that can be nice. If you're just doing debug UI and you just want to get some quick UI set up for, you know, developing the game, people like that. Like both approaches have got their benefits. Like this is more of a immediate mode, I would say. So if you want to draw a button, you just do canvas draw button. So you don't hold any, well, you hold the canvas, but the canvas is like one thing that you would hold. And then you just call it draw button, and that's basically it. And then if you're in here, that means the button's been pressed. So there's no kind of, the downfall of this is this has to basically submit the draw command, or it doesn't do it right here, but it will eventually submit the draw command. And if you don't call this, it won't get drawn to the screen. So it means you really have to call it every frame. But yeah. Like I've done both, and you can actually have hybrids as well. You can have hybrids. Like you could definitely envision kind of like getting a callback from this when the button has been pressed, or when the button needs to draw. Yeah, so if you look at some of my UI, so this is a canvas, this left panel is a canvas, this top panel here is a canvas with these tabs in. This is a canvas down here with these buttons in. So there's 4 canvases on the screen. And then if we find something that has a drop down box, where would it be? Does that have a drop down box? There we go. This is just a combo box. So that the floor items bit there is a separate canvas as well. But you can't type into this. You know, I have a text box, so I could imagine putting one of them in there and doing a filter. Like I think that would be all right eventually. Like the only one though that might get big is this game events eventually might get big. But these will eventually like scroll. These will eventually go to scroll bars and stuff, so you will be able to scroll them. It's just like looking through all of the events to find the one you want might be annoying. The drop downs have a lot of white. I only did that so you could see it easy. If it was mixed in with the background, you might not be able to see it as easy. But that's like personal preference. Like I could, it would only be a single line of like a single change to change the background color of the combo boxes. Like the whole thing can be so this is exactly the same system as the editor, but with like a different theme on it. And these have combo boxes, and they are white, but like, you know, we could imagine changing the background color of, like, everything's completely changeable. I want to find one that has a bunch of things. Puts in like 120 frames. This seems to be broken actually. 12 frames a second. It's not the combo box it's broken, it's the getting the data from the operating system. 12 frames a second seems wrong. 50, 50, 50, I think that's broken. I'm going to put that in my bugs list. Bugs. What was it? Display combos are broken in the game menu. Shortlist. Yeah, I tend to keep bugs down. I always try and fix bugs straight away, apart from something like that, because I'm about to do like a big UI pass, and I'm gonna do it all then. Dark mode is AI generated. That's all right. I will eventually go, you know, like I'm about to do a big UI pass, not on the editor, on the game. So I'm about to make the actual game UI for the actual game. So it's all the theme, the way it looks, is all going to get changed to something that's pretty cool, more gamey. Okay, so let's just create it on the fly. Oh, cool. Not much of my UI is textured. It's all vector, like, you know, it's all just drawn with shapes. These are textures. This comes from a list. This comes from a TTF file. This. So this is a font. These are font stuff. The rest is just, yeah, like vector based. So this guy seems to be working now, which is good. He seems to be going on his path. Let's just check his brain. I'm turn off his brain. So these red squares mean that the thing's disabled. The tree is disabled, which means he's not going to try and attack me. So what I want to do is get in the way of his path. Yeah, so where he sat down momentarily there is where he's rethinking his new path. So that sit down thing, it's not necessarily a bug. See, he sat down a couple of times. We just need to handle it better. Basically, Pathfinder's coming along and he's saying, "Oh, someone's in the way of me." There you go, warped there. Someone's in the way of me. I need to handle it. So it will try and calculate a new path, and while it's calculating a new path, it goes to idle. Animation is going to idle, only for like a couple of frames. And that's why it looks like it's jerking. So I need to fix that as well. So when you change the theme of the UI, it just creates the text using my function and color palette. Oh yeah, nice one. Many textures used for like drop down arrows, check marks and stuff. Yeah. I've just used glyphs for that stuff. Come from simple geometry, yeah, cool. If you want to do something really flash, you could take a TTF file, like a font file of icons, and rather than draw bitmaps out of it, you could draw geometry out of it. That would be quite smart. I think STB has a library that does that. Have you heard of STB? They have really good single header libraries. Easy font. I'm pretty sure easy font is like, rather than give you the glyphs, it just gives you a mesh. So it's geometry. So that means icons could be actually drawn as geometry rather than as a bitmap. I think this is what it does, from what I remember. Just fills the vertex data with renderable data to draw the string, which is like quite cool, I think. Upgrade font system, yeah. Definitely. So I use retype to generate the glyphs. So I haven't written the glyph generation myself. I'm just using FreeType instead. This is big. Yeah, that's it. Mine is too. Definitely. Okay. So this time I just basically so this could also, because this just uses the movement controller, and it waits 3 seconds. This just uses the movement controller to, this is where the character stops if you get too close to them, because you might want to talk to them. Let's go to where a character is. Need to get Jenny before she... There's a lot more warping going on there. Marked a new planet on the right. So if I go up to her, she stops. And that is because she'll stop for 3 seconds, see if you want to talk to her or not, and then she'll move on. That could actually happen in the movement controller as well. Okay, let's try and implement that in the movement controller. Let's go to the game.config. can't remember what this room's called though. So many things that could be improved. Yeah. You've got to slowly chisel away at it, really. Rooms. So it's not in the prototypes directory. It's just in the test room. Oh, interesting. Don't need the whole async stuff I use on Windows. So what's the slowdown on Windows? What's that? So what I need to do is stop Jenny trying to go on the monorail. How does that even work? Patrols, patrol base, Jenny. Oh, she's just patrolling to a monorail room. And then she's patrolling there. Alright, whatever. Okay, so we'll try and mimic that behavior now in the movement controller itself. I want to put this here. We've got this thing called wants to speak. I'm waiting for DirectX to load, yeah, okay. So is SDL using DirectX? We told it to use DirectX. Or is it using OpenGL? Or Vulkan or something else? Well, if it's actually, no, if it's on Linux, it won't be DirectX, will it? So if it's using like OpenGL, obviously that must be faster for it to get going than DirectX. So we've got this wants to speak thing. NPC get room. We're going to go in current room. Standard, well, NPC. Oh, there is a NPC get ID. And not the speaking NPC. So maybe this does state. So this is get game state wants to speak. So this is an NPC as well. So who calls this? So I'm going to change this to eNPC ID. what's it saying? If is playable character. Nope, it doesn't want to speak. This is NPC. No. NPC get position. Yeah, motion director is the fastest. Okay. Right. I couldn't tell you that. My expectation is it just does DirectX and doesn't use a software render to start, but maybe it does. I don't know. So this is the playable characters. So this is the Dest MC really. And this let me do this. So the source. So it kind of like, yeah, this only works with the playable character. We could extend it to work with any character. If it's playable, if it's the playable character, we're in the current room. This is just NPC. All right. So this is .getID. This is going to get moved out of game state anyway, I would say. I mean, maybe. Take NPC dialogue. So this is just finding timer. This is ID. And that's basically it. We can just get rid of that. Oh, we need to put this check in as well. So we want basically get game state dot is speaking NPC or the timer is running and the timer is less than or equal to 3 seconds. We want to return in dialog. Is that great though? I don't think we do this, you know. I don't think we do that because it's mixing the systems up a bit. So if we fail to find a goal, what do we want to do? Like we might want to just try it a bunch of times. You know? Rather than just set the position. Okay. So a static. So we need to sort out the actual tick now. So what I might do, this is a delta, is I might make another one called tick 2. And make this tick 2 for now. And tick doesn't take into account the move target, right? It's just going to take into account this. So I might just keep this one as tick and this one as tick 2 actually. And then on a static, we're just going to run tick 2. It's fine actually. If there's a move target, we need to run A star tick on the move target, really. Rather than run through this again. It's working fine. So in the game state, what we say is we go, if there's a move target, we could just have a tick move target. So let's do, is there a delta? No. So we're going to have void tick move target. Okay, so we're going to say, if not move target, return. Else, A star tick to the move target. And we're going to say result is equal, is not equal following path. Move target, reset. So we have this thing called move target speed. As well. So we basically just want to do this. Now the question is that going to be a snap? This moves it to be within 1,000th of a square. And it drifts it according to the move target speed as well. So this does the walk speed. %of my system RAM is used up. On with your application. Is it leaking? No, in general. Oh. How much RAM do you have? We're going to go const vec2 max speed. Like that. 9% in use. That's a lot, man. That's a lot. 46%. I have 32 gigabytes of RAM as well. Well, these three guys here, Streamlabs, Visual Studio. Visual Studio can get quite bad. Can get up to 4 or 5 gigs, seems to be. So we can just specify a max speed. If the max speed happens to be 0. Oh, actually, no. It's a float. Max speed is equal to 1. We'll default it to 1 because that is what's actually happening. We go walk speed here. So what happens if we... Maybe it should be standard optional, you know. This. And then we say if AC and not max speed. We're going to go float walk speed. So this is max speed dot value or walk speed. And what that means now is when we do this, we can put in the move target speed in. Many tabs. Yeah. So the only concern now is this goes to within 1,000th. The rest should be the same. So where does this break it off? Where does it'll be in A star search, drift, try drift. So it's with 1/10 of a square. Maybe we should put it to 100th of a square. We got disabled counter as well. What's disabled counter? Is is if one disable the movement controller. Okay, so I think we can actually return disabled. This means the movement controller is not enabled. If it's not following path, that means if it's disabled, it will reset it. So this is not quite right. If result program uses 10 meg of RAM. Well, that's pretty good. Only 2.5 meg. That's pretty good for DirectX. I create like all sorts of stuff with mine. I think it's still only, it's about, so on the GPU memory it's about 250 meg, I think, the game at the moment in GPU memory, and CPU memory is roughly similar. Well, DirectX needs to have its own space, because when you actually upload a texture or something with DirectX, it doesn't put it straight on the GPU. It copies it over into its memory location, its memory buffers, and then when it's full enough, it does a big copy, because you're copying over down to the GPU. It does like a big copy all at once, so it needs like temporary storage, kind of slowly increasing. Yeah. That's one of the first bugs you get with DirectX 12, because if you don't do your syncing properly, your CPU runs ahead of your GPU, because your GPU could be like V-syncs to 60 frames. CPU is running like 1,000 frames a second, and if you don't sync, what actually happens is you just keep sending stuff all the time into DirectX faster than it can consume it, and you get memory leak, and you can just watch your memory just grow like that, which is an interesting bug. So if the result is following the path, so if the result is at the goal, or the result is equal to unknown, Yeah. Yeah, it's fast and it can immediately overwhelm your system. Okay, so I think we'll handle these separately. We're at the goal. Then we do this. Else if result is equal to unknown, do this. What does this actually want? The const standard optional vec2. You can't catch, yeah. I have a custom heap that can track it quite well. Memory leaks. But it's okay. It can't actually detect when a leak happens, but it can track the memory, like the allocs and frees well. So if you're allocating more than you are freeing, per frame, you'll be able to see that. In the nature of a game, like, that just shouldn't happen. In the nature of a game, you just shouldn't be constantly allocating more than you're freeing. That's usually a memory leak there. I only work for CPU memory. A custom heap, and I had leaks, 0 leaks, too much work. Only worked for CPU memory. Yeah, I have a custom heap for CPU memory, and then I have kind of like, here's a custom heap for DirectX. As well. I can't actually remember really how that works though, because I wrote it a long time ago. I cannot remember if the DirectX, the heap that I've made is like mirrored on the GPU or not. I can't remember. It's definitely a heap for like uploading resources and stuff like that, and textures and buffers and things. I can't remember if it's mirrored or not. At the end, deallocate at the end of the frame. And nothing leaked. End of the program. Yeah, so it could still leak in your program. Potentially, that could be a thing. But you'd know about it. Yeah. That's it, yeah. That's what I have. It's quite simple. I only actually did it a few days ago. See if I actually have a build there now, yeah. So I've got like the GPU, 232 megabytes. The 512 is just my own limit. You have to, like, on DirectX 12, you've got to tell the system roughly what you're using so it can allocate you enough resources. So I said, well, I'm going to use 512 megs. And then you can leak render targets as well. So I keep a track on render targets. And then we've got like the net mallocs for the entire lifetime of the operation. So if that's going up, probably a leak. then the free block count. So this checks for heap fragmentation. So if free block count is going up, you've got fragmentation problem in your heap. And then the heap committed megabytes, so that's how many megabytes the game's using, 238. And then I've got mallocs and freeze this frame. So if this is higher than this, potentially a leak as well. Doesn't tell you where it's leaking though, that's the only thing. But at least you'll be able to spot it. These should be the same really. This is like per frame. And the game doesn't very rarely allocates anything that needs to persist longer than a frame. Yeah, I've thought about that, attaching strings to the allocation so you can see where it's coming from. But I could probably profile for it and find it, to be fair. And it would be totally fine. If leaks were happening all the time, I would probably, yeah, do some kind of attaching some strings and print out some strings and stuff. Pokemon White 2 did that, yeah. It is quite common, I think, to actually attach macros to see where it happens. I may end up doing it eventually as well, for sure. If it becomes a problem. The thing, yeah, there's not many things that get allocated that persist over a frame that get allocated. Most of it, because I do a similar thing to you do, where you clean it up at the end. I have a thing where I clean it up at the end of each frame. So if you know that you need to allocate some stuff and you know you're not going to need it next frame, do it in that allocator instead, and then that whole thing gets reset every frame. So you know that that's going to get automatically cleaned up. Line number and source file, yeah. Yeah, I have seen that. I think there is a thing. Here, look. This isn't my code. This is a third-party library that I use for my animation. But they do it file and line number like that. It's not something I've done yet. Because there's only like 100 and whatever there was, 150 of them. I can just set breakpoints up where malloc is called and look at the stack. Look at the call stack. And just see the ones that are coming in and then see if I can do anything about them. That's what I did at the beginning of this week actually. I spent the last few days actually reducing dynamic memory allocation. I got it down from like 250 a frame down to about 150. It's really just to help with memory fragmentation. Because the heap is actually quite fast, it can just give you memory quite quickly. It's just, if you wanted to like convert a string and it's like 5 characters long, do you really want to allocate 5 bytes on the heap? You don't want to do that. So I just rewrote things like, you know, string conversion to work directly on the stack if it can and stuff like that. Okay, cool. So, is anyone using astatic? Not yet. we need to go back to the other room actually. Game config, combat room, because that guy's just walking around the room. The Spidean character, you're always calling A star stuff. Oh look, that was a bit crazy what happened there. That's him going too close. That was in the drift. The try drifting. That's him just like spinning round, getting closer and closer. So we'll set that to be, so that's within 0.1 of the target, which is really close to the target. Let's just put 0.1. That's him basically like going backwards and forwards to get closer and closer to the target. And the animation system just flips him over and over and over again as he's going backwards and forwards. So what I want to do is turn part of his brain back on. So he at least goes to try and find cover. So we'll disable this one and this one. And this one. So it has to go down here to try and find cover. Alright. And that'll run him through the move. Whoops. The move. Tick move target stuff, which we don't actually call yet. I just want to check that he does back off. There we go. So he's going to back off and find cover because I've gone too close to him. So we need to get him through tick move target. So this is just tick move target. Now I don't really want this here, I don't think. Maybe we do. So what does this return? A void. We can return a boolean. We return false. Return true. And then we're just going to go if tick move target return. We'll tick the move target before we do anything to do with behaviors, anything to do with patrols. And this in theory runs through this A star tick that we've just written. So let's see what happens. He should get to his goal as well. Doesn't look like it's working. Null opt, it says. So it's giving me a move target. It's going to say and immediately saying it's unknown. She's resetting it. What's this doing? Velocity is delta over dt. Where's delta? So this, all these dt's need to be dt2. Okay. This is because we need to interrupt potentially another A star. It might already be A starring. Right then. So we need to empty ooh, interesting. So if this is already calculating, if this is working on something else, well, we've set the goal to changed. Actually, if the goal has changed, what will it do? Try drifting will fail because the goal is changed. That'll return unknown. So I wonder if the easiest way to do this, assuming this is going to last a long time, we need to kind of flush this thread really, or wait for this thread to complete. Or we could set a new ID. Give it a new ID. That's the best way to do it, to give it a new ID. Which means we can't pass A star in anymore. Because we'll need 2. A couple of ways we can do it. What happens if we actually reset the move to in the middle of another move to as well? So this A star result is also quite, it's not great really, because some of them are like success. Like that is just kind of a success state. Like we might need to make a better one of them. Because what we kind of need to do is wait until the previous A star's finished calculating and then immediately pass on the next position. Okay, so we're going to rewrite A star result. Let's just check in what we've got. Because I don't like this. I don't like this. So we're going to go struct A star result, A star result reason, and then we're going to have bool result and it's probably standard optional bool. And then we want bool failed, return result, and result, or just result equals false. Bool succeeded. Return result equals true. So if it doesn't say it's fail or it doesn't succeed, it could still have a reason, which is that it's working. And then we want static A star result succeed A star, and then that's the reason. and that's just result is true, reason is the reason. Reason is the reason. Static. Oh, actually no, we want to go return a star result. Result is true. Reason is reason. What do you call that reason? That's a U32. Could say it's a U16 really. And then we want fail. Like that. So we could do something like standard optional EA star result failed. So return result equals false. The reason else standard optional. And then we can just say it's still Boolean, but it just gives us the reason straight away. I think that's kind of better than standard expected in this circumstance. But we do need the vec2 actually. So this could actually be standard optional vec2. Like this. And this is just well, so the failed, it could possibly, it needs to, it's just the working is a problem. Was the working is neither succeed or fail. Succeeded or failed. Well, we could say succeeded is working, but it just means the result would still not have a value. Kind of like that has value. This would be const vec2 result. Just would say v equals v. This is not. This is nothing. And we could just set like the null vector. 0 vector there. Not result has value. And then we're just going to have vec2 result, return result dot value or vec2 like this. Okay, I think that's good. So now we can succeed with the reason working and just pass 0 in to there. So we'll delete this. I don't think we use this anywhere. This success. So we can delete that. Success has no meaning anymore. Alright. So let's just go down into the source file. Well, let's just move all these into the source file first. And then try and build, and we'll just change all this A star stuff. Now, this will generate a bunch of compile errors. So this is just return A star result fail with unknown. That seems good. This is A star result succeed vec2 at call. And this is A star result fail unknown. A star result fail unknown. There. There. A star result succeed. Vec2 at goal. And this is result dot failed equals that goal. No, succeeded. The result succeeded at the goal. We reset it, so that's A star result fail unknown. So fail, yeah, that's probably fine. So if it's not, the result. So if the result has value and it's not working and it's not unknown, if the result has value, so this is just succeeded. So succeeded here means it could be working, but it's not working. If the result is succeeded and the result is not working, I think we do need a specific working one. And that just returns reason is working. Or not working. So maybe we do so what is this? If the result is succeeded or it's not working, then not unknown. I think this is just if result succeeded. Or result failed. If it succeeded or it failed. Reason is equal to working and false. No, I think what we need is we want static A star result work. And that is just reason equals working. If reason is not equal to working and the result doesn't have a value, it's not failed. So if the reason is working, it returns if the reason is working. Let's just do this a bit better. If the reason is working, return standard optional star result. Else, if result has value, If it's working, it's not failed. If the result has a value, it's not failed. Else we just return the reason. Okay. I'm gonna go if result not working, return the result. Fail, fail, fail. Oh no. Return. What is this? A star result work. That just returns the work. Okay, cool. So this, do we want actually an implicit constructor of vec2? Probably do. So I'm gonna go this equals succeed v and we want, it's not at the goal. We just succeed with C with the vector. Say it's working. Let's try that. A star search entry. Okay, so this, we do actually need the default constructor now. So we're going to do try drifting, and we're going to go if result succeeded we don't need the work. The work one. If it's working, it can just pass 0. We probably don't need the working one either. And this is the entry result. This is the drifting result. So here we're saying it succeeded there. Succeeded is with working. If entry result succeeded equals a star result working, return entry result. Like that. So try drifting. So that could come back as working. Yeah, we should go to there. Else we get the entry result. So this entry result here is the same as this entry result. I'm sure. Not necessarily though. No. So this is a star result succeeded with vec2 working. Yeah, I'm not sure actually if this is any clearer than it was before. A star results, it does not take 2 arguments. What's the problem here? Here. This is succeed. So this is fail. This is A star result fail. A star result fail. A star result fail. A star result fail. So we might actually search internal won't ever return an at goal anymore. Because the drift does that. So I do think we do want to at least put that in here. The drift should catch it, but it's just we ever call this without the drifty bit. Okay. Now we can't do this because we've got blooming constructors now. Reason. And then these now have to be reason. And then we want just one for the reason. So failed, we don't have to worry about working anymore. It's failed if it doesn't have a value. So it's basically back to this. May as well put that there, just in case. Okay. So let's just check then. Actually, there might be a few more compiler errors in the movement controller. Oh no, here we go. There's a problem. If it's succeeded, so even if it's at goal, this will come through. I'm going to say if so, I'm going to say auto reason is that reason is equal to EA star result at goal. We do this. Else, if it's failed, we reset it to unknown and we return it. Okay, let's try that then. So if it's succeeded with a reason and the reason is at the goal, we reset and we return it. I don't actually think we need to do that, because if the goal is different, so it comes in with a different goal. Let's just see if we can get away with not doing that. So if the result is succeed, we don't even need the reason anymore. Yeah, you alright?
Yeah.
Yeah, good. Good tar.
No,
Oh, very good. Enjoy. I've just got the fan on over there. You can turn it off if it's annoying. Yeah.
Oh, the fan. Oh,
Yeah. Yeah.
You got to tell us what's fit.
Christmas.
I mean, summer fit.
I don't think so, no. I don't think so. So this is... This is dot succeeded. And this is A star result dot result. So this is auto reason. Reason is equal to EA star result working. We do that. Else we do velocity. We set the velocity. We do after move target. Target. Move target. Reset. So actually this is if it succeeded. So this is actually if it succeeded with working. We do this. Else we do this. And we go if a star result or succeeded equals a star result at goal. What's that? Where do we want the actual? Yeah, that'd be lovely. Thank you. Cup of tea, yeah, great. You want location, top position equals move target. Let me do that. So it comes along. So this type of thing actually has to happen on tick move target as well. Now let's just check. So if it succeeded with working, it just moves the character. Otherwise, it sets the velocity to 0. If it succeeded without the goal, it sends that event. Else, it sends that event, and then it resets the move target. I think that'll be fine. So we might put a working in. So we might do something like vec2 working. So if the result has the value, so if reason equals working, then we return the result. Else this is actually standard optional vec2. So this is working. Auto equals dir. So if it's not working anymore, if we're at the goal, we send that. Otherwise, we send that. That seems kind of alright. What do we call this? It's that search. Working. Okay. This one, thank you. Very kind, thank you. Okay. So this is not working. Auto direction. So this is a star result failed. Succeeded. We set the position there. Maybe we could do that. Van be okay. Oh, nice one. So you cache in the buffers and things in the canvas and the draw calls and everything. Something like that. Yeah, nice one. That's great. Good work. A star result failed. Return failed. And then we don't need that. So we've got tick it. If it's working, we get the direction. We apply it. And we just say, we're following the path. If it's succeeded, we set it to that position. That might cause a bit of a snap, we'll see. We say we're at the goal, else if it failed, we just say it failed. We don't say why it failed. We could extend that though. Just say why it failed. Maybe we don't actually need this now. We only need the in dialogue and the disabled. So we kind of do need it. Huge difference. Oh, great. Yeah, that's always a win. I always try and work on keeping a good, fast debug build because I spend like 90% of my time in debug coding. So I will profile debug builds and I will spend time making sure I'm not doing too much unnecessary work. It's worth it for me because then I can just like put breakpoints everywhere and check my code is valid and everything like that. Yeah, it does. It really, yeah, a lot of it does do that. They put in all sorts of checks, which is kind of nice. So the checks are nice because it obviously flags up errors. But if you've got a really chuggy debug build, it can be not very fun to develop a game. For sure. Okay, let's see what happens here then. So I don't know if I put a timer on how long it takes to actually set up DirectX. Don't think of these purple ones are timers, you see. Only on loading assets. No timers on actual how long it took to set up DirectX. Yeah, it does help. I don't have that great hardware. Mine's pretty old now. But it forces me to keep things fast. At least. Okay, so I want to check how this routine works. This is start search routine. Okay, so it fails it there. So failed. I don't think it can fail if the reason is unknown. So if reason is unknown, return this. Well, we can say not that and reason is not equal to unknown. Hey, Mickey UK Dev, how's it going? Welcome. Working a little bit on, not really on pathfinding, working a little bit on like the API for it, I suppose. Just move pathfinding to the background into like the worker threads. So they're not on the main game thread. And I'm just coming up with a nice kind of API to work with the asyncness of it. But yeah, I hope you're alright. Okay. So try drifting. If there's not an entry, it does return unknown. So anywhere else, if there's no target index, it's also unknown. If the goal hashes are different, it's also unknown. If the dynamic cloud is, it's also unknown. So that seems right to me. It's not working. It's not succeeded or failed. So we're going to set it to working. Björnbjerg. I also think the importance of it. Yeah, okay. Yeah, exactly, yeah. A lot of people do a banner, don't they, at the start. So that's just an image. So if your game takes a bit to load, and it literally can't show anything until DirectX is started, they'll show a banner in the center of the screen. Like I've done that before. And that's there for a second, and then the game can boot. So you get something immediately when you click the mouse button to run the program. You get a banner there. What you don't want is obviously to click the executable and it's just black screen for a few seconds. That'd be rubbish. So it's set the result to working there, which is correct. So the next time it comes along, it succeeded in the working phase. Okay. So this guy's wandered well far away. I need to fix that. The guy like walks off if I'm in debug mode. Okay, let's just check. I want to move away from him because I don't want to trigger the tick move target one. In fact, what I might do... oh look, he's walking off into the distance. Let's just turn back off his brain. And watch what he does. So nothing. So it's basically at the goal there. So we return at goal. Oh, what happened there then? Move result at goal. So It's not firing. What's going on there? E-move controller result at goal 4. That was confusing because that should have done that advanced patrol there. Yeah, doesn't open any window till 20 seconds later, which a lot of programs do that, don't they? I've noticed. Nothing should take more than 20 seconds. Should take 20 seconds to open a window in this day and age. But things do. Okay, so that is for some reason that compare is not working. It's saying it's in dialogue. Oh, it's not even compiled it properly. Okay, I'm just gonna, while this is building, I'm just gonna have a 2-minute break. I'll be back in 2 minutes, or less probably. Alright, good. It's compiled. So we'll just see actually. So that reason that didn't work is because it hadn't compiled in that enum. So I was returning at go and it thought it was move result was in dialogue, which was not correct. So let's just see. So I just want to sit there for a bit. So we're returning at goal. Now it's advancing the patrol. That's great. So you should just stand up after a while. No, he's not. Oh, well, he's going completely in the wrong direction. Okay. So it's when it comes back, when we're redoing this A* search, it's not setting the correct goal, I think. So basically, just wait for him to come back. Request a new path. Okay. Can should be able to run to there. So just try drifting. So the goal has changed. So we fail with unknown. So it's still working. That's what's happening. So I think if we're at goal, we do need that. If we're at goal, we have to reset it. We say if reason equals EA star result at goal, we reset to back to unknown. Okay. Happy. That's the bit we took out. We do actually need this. If the goal is changed, it returns back unknown. An unknown is not actually a failed state. Unknown says I don't know what to do because you've changed the goal from underneath me. So let's just see if he sits down for a bit. He's not playing his animation, which is a bit of a bug. And then he moves off again. So why is he not playing his animation? Spidey and roaming. We're saying movement context, waiting on pathfinding. Okay, well, we'll put a breakpoint here and see if... So when the velocity drops to 0, you should set idle to true. It's because he needs to set it once. He's setting it over and over again there. This waiting on pathfinding thing with context is something we actually need to build in as well. Because that context never gets set. This is so like, if he needs to calculate a new path, but it's only going to take like 1 or 2 frames, you can set a context to say, we're waiting on the pathfinding. So, you know, we can play a different animation if we're waiting on pathfinding rather than going down to idle. Because he'll go down to idle for like 2 frames and then stand up again. And we don't want him to do that really. So that's working now. Happy, that's great. So in the movement controller then, if we're working like this, we can say if the direction is 0, so if dir.length squared equals 0, we can set the context. So set, what is it? Movement context is waiting on pathfinding, like that. And then at the top here, we can just say movement context is equal to none. Which means if we ever have to wait on the pathfinding now, we don't just like sit down. We go to an idle alert animation. I want to just try and catch that happening. Should happen straight away because we would at least wait for 1 frame for the pathfinding. That might look so weird though. Like, okay, it's fine. So let's turn his brain back on. We've only got part of his brain on though. Only this part of the tree. And all this is responsible for is making him go and find cover in combat. So if we do this now, okay, that's not working, and we haven't actually really written it yet. So this is move target. If it's at the goal, we do this. If the result is unknown, so it's actually if the result is failed. So I think we're going to change these to failed. 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 Then failed. Okay, so it's when we have a move target, basically, which is when we go up towards him. There you go, so we've got a move target now. It says it's following the path. Which is not really. Oh, we're not actually saying what it is. We should be in here. So it appears it does want to just be going straight down. Oh, this is, oh, I know why. This is because we need a new ID. We need, because this is like, because it's on a different thread now, it's just reporting back the old path find information. It's just reporting back the path find information. So the path finding is working on the background, and then we're going to go, no, we want to actually interrupt and have them go somewhere else, but it's still reporting back the old path. Right. So either we send in a new ID, or we make an interrupt path. And all an interrupt would have to do is basically just do this. Would basically just have to set it back to being unknown, and that would interrupt it. So we want void interrupt path, interrupt a start search. Cancel or something. Cancel it start search for this ID. And that just goes set a star search entry result. ID is star result. Fail. Unknown like that. Now we just need in the movement controller, when we do tick we need to cache the dest P. If we cache the dest P, then we can say if the dest P's are different, so we can do or we could set the move target, couldn't we? Yeah, this is kind of coming together. It's good. So all we have to do actually here where is it? So rather than this could be called, we could call set move target. So we could do movement controller results set move target const vec2 target. goes move to target. But we don't necessarily want to do this because it's got a callback in it. So this is set move target. Target. This just does this. Star search. What's it called? Tick. What's it? Star tick. Target like this. So we set the move target. If there's an after move, if there's an after move target, and we release it like that. All right, see you later. We set the move target like this. It's difficult to get it to return. And then we can call it a star tick, I suppose. Like this. Move to target speed is that. And then we call tick move target. And this can return movement controller result. Well, I don't know actually about that. So that works nicely. We could do tick move target. But that returns a Boolean. So not the actual result. And the thing about that is, in the game state now, it's when do we advance to patrol? You know. Because this might not necessarily be part of a patrol, this tick move target here. The reason is because when we do this, we can just see if the goal is not equal to the move target. If the target is not equal to the move target, we could say if target is not equal to the move target, I have to be like hashes of the flaws of them. We could go cancel a star search. But to be fair, we could probably just do this here. It just means we have a move target as well. We have to save another. Okay, we'll just do that. We'll just save. Where are we? So what we need is we've got move target wherever that is. Move target speed after move target, and we want vec2 I current goal cell like that, and then here we need to do auto vec2I goal cell equals it's equals bm cast rec to a vec2I dest p.floor. I'm going to say if current goal cell is not equal to the goal cell, I'm going to cancel a star search. Say the current goal cell is equal to the goal cell. Something like that. Okay. Not really a fan of it being called a star tick either. So this is What's the problem? Identifier not found. Okay. These two. Put them at the bottom. Turning cog, hey, how's it going? Is this Rider? No, it's Visual Studio. That's what you mean. C++ Visual Studio. Hope you're alright. Welcome. Got any questions? No problem. Ah, cool, cool. Yeah, just working a little bit on pathfinding. I'm moving it into the background threads. Oh. But it's obviously I've got to sync it, really. I've got to sync the threads up, which means stopping his pathfinding, cancelling the pathfinding when we get new goals and stuff like that. So that's not even... I don't think it's even compiled it, actually. Let's rebuild that. Wow, cool, cool. Yeah, if you get cracking with C++ and you're already an artist, you'll be able to make games. That'll be mint. Yeah, good luck with it. It's good. It's good fun. It's a bit brain warping, but it's good fun. Ah, cool. So you will have been exposed to quite a lot of C++. Just day to day, even if you didn't use it. Been looking at it, maybe. Yeah, awesome. What am I working on? So the grand project is, so I'm making a game engine, and I'm making a game with the engine at the same time as kind of like making the engine, and it's like a sci-fi gardening game. So you're on a big space station, and you're like the gardener on the space station, and you can go down to planets or asteroids, get resources. I've just written combat this last month or so. It's still really early in development. I've been working on it since about end of January, and I'm just making a load of rooms with gameplay prototypes in each room at the moment, but that's kind of nearly finished. And what I'm specifically working on now is pathfinding in the engine was a little bit slow. So I've sped it up quite a bit, and now I'm putting it on background threads. So it will work in the background, and then NPCs will be like, where do you want me to go? And then it will just ask the pathfinding system for a direction, basically. But all that calculation gets done in the background. Hot Gardener, Survival Crafter. The idea is it's meant to be chill. It's going to be chill. Rather than, so there is combat in the game, but it's kind of gonna be light. It's just meant to be like, let's design a beautiful space station, do some quests. The quests get you access to more plants and seeds, and then I built this monorail system, or the prototyped it. There's no art for the game really yet, but it's all prototypes where you can like just ride the monorail around the space station, look at your gardens that you've made. So it's just, yeah, meant to be kind of like a chill game rather than like trying to... Like, I think the only way you could die in the game is if you die in combat. And I'm not really sure if it's going to be a game over thing. Right now it's a game over thing. But I was thinking of like, so you go down onto an asteroid or a planet, and there is a base there. And then you leave the base to get resources. So if you die, you might just end up in like the medical bay in the base. And then you can venture back out to pick up the resources that you lost when you died. Keep it a bit more casual. But yeah, it's meant to be. I'm going for chill rather than stressful. But yeah, it's still 2 or 3 years away, really. I started working on the game end of January, so about 6 months. And the gameplay prototype, so like the prototyping phase, is almost finished. I've got to do player progression. That's the last thing, which is, you know, like when you get a level up and you get like an ability point, spend it on something to get some new item or technology. And that should take maybe to the end of summer, maybe end of August, and then I'm into the game for real then, so proper production. So the first thing I'm going to do is work on the UI and get the UI up to how I want it to look in the final game. And then after that, I'll probably make more of a vertical slice type scenario where I'll draw everything and I'll try and get something looking really, really nice with a bunch of gameplay in it. Just maybe early in the game. And then after that, we'll make the game, fill it out. Prison sentence. Yeah. In theory, I've done all the hard work for the UI. It's functionally going to be the same. It's just going to look very different. So I'm going to go... Should be quite fun because I'm going to do some graphics programming, which I haven't done for a while. So this is the combat room. Right now his combat's turned off because of the pathfinding. But you can fight this dude. This is crafting. So this is like a crafting bench thing. Crafting's quite cool in the game. So you get radar locations from quests or from like maybe you get it from like picking up a tablet with some information on or something, and then you go to the radar and you tune in and you download data from like a distant planet or something. I'll try and do it. I'll try and do the full loop. So trigger this cutscene. And then he goes, I've marked a new planet on the radar. And then you get a radar location. And then you go to the radar. Find the radar room. So all these rooms are just there's no art really. It's just prototyping. So there's this data charger. So this is the radar. And that's the planet that's been marked, Planet Zog. So you put like data cards in. And you click the planet and you like get tuned into the right channel and you start receiving data from the planet. And then when those cards are full or whatever I program for game, maybe it only gives you a certain amount of data. You go to like another room and then you would download the data into these blueprints that you get. And then these blueprints contain crafting recipes, so you can like unlock the blueprint and you got a recipe for an apple seed, which is 12 carbon, and then 2 apple sparks. And then you go to the crafting controller and you use the blueprint, and then you add to queue. You can add like a bunch of things in the queue, and then you craft and you get 2 apple seeds. So I got 4 apple seeds there. And then with those apple seeds, let's go all the way back here. Come in. Oh, thank you. So this is the area it prototypes the planting. So you plant using a robot. Oh yeah, nice one. So you plant using a robot, so you can like shock the ground and like prepare the ground for planting. So that's tilled ground soft. And then you plant your apple seed that you got and you fertilize it and it turns into an apple tree shoot. And then after a while it'll turn, so there's no art, you have to imagine there's art and trees and everything. And then you go and pick it. And then you get an apple tree in your inventory there. And then you can go, this is like a shop prototype. And this is Tim's Seedware. And you can like sell the apple tree to him and stuff. So there's like all this gameplay done. And then the combat switched off. I'll try and turn it on. It might not work because all the pathfinding's messed up because I'm currently working on it. But if I turn his brain back on, so half of his brain's turned off. Okay. Now, he's really... I don't think his combat really works because of the pathfinding stuff. I can hit him though. But he can't get me. Oh, he's trying to attack me. I've got loads of HP, so he's not going to kill me. But he can do like status effects on me and stuff like that. Then he can got a loot bag. But yeah, eventually, like usually when his pathfinding works, he like darts around and like he can poison me and he can petrify me and stuff like that. Yeah, thank you. So yeah, I mean, there is a bunch of gameplay there already. I'm just taking it to see how far I can take it really. But what I'm specifically working on is just trying to get this guy to react. See how fast he moves there. He's moving really fast because the pathfinding's telling him he can. And he's not reacting to me going up to him or anything. So the pathfinding's totally broke. I'll just turn. So all I really want is so I'll turn this off. Oops. This off. And that off like that. Which means he's only going to be able to go down here, which is his retreat. It's like finding cover, NPC find cover. So I was just going to get that bit working. Okay, so this is him finding cover now. So he's going to go up and try and find cover behind that barrel. Wonder what's that causing that. So this is him. He's not plotting a new path there when we're interrupting him. That's probably what's causing it. There we go, he's plotted a new path. So we want to get one of these cancels really. Behavior trees or state machines. it's a behavior tree for the. So I kind of have a little bit of a hybrid thing. So you can. So if you wanted to control where the NPCs go, you use these called patrols. So this is more like a state machine. It is still a tree, but it's like do this, do this, do this, and then you can attach actual default behaviors to the entire patrol, or you can create like an activity node, and then you can attach a behavior to the activity node as well if you want. So it's like, come travel to this location, do this activity, and you can either just have an activity like the wait activity with ID 1, or you can actually assign a behavior tree. The default behavior is the combat one for this Spidey guy, which is a full tree with like where you can like sequence and selector nodes and action nodes, where you can like define entire behaviors. So you can basically, you start with the patrol, and then you can either assign a default behavior for the entire patrol, or you can have different behavior trees for different parts of the patrol. So I imagine, like, you know, you attach it to an NPC, and then he gets up and he goes to work, and then you'll attach a behavior of what he does at work. You know, where he goes, what kind of animations he plays and stuff like that. And then he'll go to the pub afterwards, and then that'll have its own behavior tree of what he does in the pub. That's kind of the idea. Eventually, but I've only got one now for combat, just because I was testing out the behavior tree stuff. Not enough games have a good pub. Yeah, exactly. Because I want it to be quite relaxing and casual. There's gonna be a lot of social spaces. So like this, the kind of space station thing I have in mind is like something like the Citadel in Mass Effect. It's like it's a multi-million person space station. So it's like a city essentially. So it's gonna have like bars and pubs and places to go to do cool quests, or to get quests, or to do quests, or whatever. Alright, let's see if I can get this. So he's not cancelling, he's not calling cancel. Oh, we don't actually have a breakpoint on it. Yeah, pubs do have good potential. And I think because the kind of story is going to be you're new onto the space station. So the hero character is new as well as the player. So the hero character is exploring it, meeting new people, get quests from new people that they meet. The potential to get quests is going to be quite good, I think. So what you might do, what I thought might happen, is you come onto the space station with more like a mentor character who stays around for a bit. So it might be like the current, so say you're taking over as gardener, it might be the current gardener of the space station is your mentor for a bit, and they introduce you to people and stuff like that. Obi-Wan, yeah, exactly, yeah. Okay. So I actually wanted to add one in there, which I suppose is fine. Where's he gone? Let's wait for him to come back. One of the crazy bugs I have is he walks off. I think what's happening is the amount that is moving is increasing over time. Real life time. So when I debug for like 10 seconds, it's gonna like add, the DT is gonna be like 10 seconds. I need to fix that. Okay, so I need to immediately come off this. So if I cancel, so there we go, cancel this A* search. And all I want to do, see here. So this has a bunch of stuff in it. I'm just going to set the result to be unknown. That stuff can stay around, right? And then when we A* search again, try drifting, it needs to recognize that it's cancelled. Which it's not going to do. So it needs to check if the result reason is, just needs to go, well, if the entry, if there's not an entry, or the entry result kind of like one that is valid, really. Not there though. You just want to return reason is not equal to unknown. Like that. Didn't like that. I think it's because it thinks it's templated. No, it's not. It's because of that. Okay. Where were we then? If there's not an entry, or it's valid, or it's not valid, there is an entry but it's not valid, then we fail. So this one, would this one just make it? Because no, it won't just make it. Yeah, and I worked on gameplay for it. I basically worked on gameplay for like 5 months. So now I'm doing a little, it's not really gameplay now. I'm going through more engine-y stuff. So moving the back pathfinding onto background threads is more just having a bit of a break from gameplay just for a couple of weeks, and then I'm going to go back and finish the last gameplay thing. Okay, so we'll go and interrupt him. So he calls cancel, and then we'll go to here. If it will let me run. There we go. So try drifting. We'll return fail with unknown. Okay, so this now set a new, it's sending a new packet now to the thread. Okay, so when we come along again, it's cancelling it again. So when this finishes, it basically just resets all these. So I'm wondering if we should do we should make an empty. Nah, that's fine. Just stamp over it. So this means it is able. The Spiding, when he picks a new goal, he cancels the current A* search, and he recreates a new path for it. It's not. So he should wait there for a few seconds and then go back to his normal patrol. He's flickering there because... Okay, so what is going on there? So he's not cancelling it. The destination is remaining the same. So what have we got returning there? Returning an unknown there. Because daemon is exactly 2. Entry collider hash. So what's that saying is collidable is different. Everything that's collidable in the level is different to what the pathfinding passed for. And we are less than or equal to 2 units away, which means really means we need to recalculate the path. Okay. So there we should have emptied the path somehow. So that really needs to fail. Not with unknown. I think it possibly needs to fail with invalid path. Yeah, maybe we do that. Maybe we have an invalid path fail case. Turning cog. Nav mesh invoker. Are you reading right off the landscape? Right, so there's two different ways to do pathfinding. You can supply a nav mesh if you want. And that means that the Pathfinder will use that nav mesh. Or you can not supply a nav mesh, and then what it does is it just creates a nav mesh for the boundaries of the room and then ignores anything collidable in the room itself. So the idea is, if you wanted the pathfinding to go a particular way, like you wanted the pathfinding to take the character over the bridge, you could send in the bridge nav mesh if you wanted to, and it would pathfind over the bridge, or over a bridge A. If you didn't care which bridge they went over, don't send in anything in, it'll just pick the best path for it. So you can do both really. You don't have to supply a nav mesh because the rooms aren't going to be giant. It's all right. But if you ever get a massive room pathfinding struggling, you could just define nav meshes. That would be fine. Yeah. Like there's two different A* searches. If I can find it, there's A*.search, A*search with no nav mesh, and then A*search with a level nav mesh. So if you call it with the actual level nav mesh, it will use the nav mesh. Yeah. And then what it'll do is it can auto detect if you want to use the nav mesh. So what it'll do is if the start and the goal are both on the same nav mesh, it'll just pick that nav mesh and use it. That's the idea. If the start or goal aren't on a nav mesh or are on different nav meshes, it defaults back to the whole, using the whole room as a nav mesh essentially, which means that you can set up situations in the editor where you can say, like, I want the guy to walk from here to here and I want him to take the bridge. So you just get the guy to walk to the start location without using a nav mesh. But because the start location is on the same location as the same nav mesh as the end location, once he gets there and you've told him to go there, he will automatically just follow the nav mesh. But you don't have to have a nav mesh to get him to the start. You could just tell him to walk to the start and he'll avoid all the collision and everything. So you can set up the situations like that. So if you just want NPCs to use the bridge, just put basically like a nav mesh over the bridge and then a little capture area, and they will just nav mesh over the bridge. As long as where they wanted to go was still in the nav mesh. And all that stuff works. Like the default pathfinding is what I'm working on now, getting it into the background thread. In using background threads. The nav mesh version I haven't done yet, so that still uses the game thread to do that. Okay, so the drifting now, we're going to return invalid path. Invalid path, invalid path, invalid path. So I'm going to say if there's not an entry, we return unknown. Else, if entry not entry result not valid, return a star result fail, a star result invalid path, like that. So that means we can just cancel out the path if we want to. So I might just put a breakpoint there and just see if we can catch it. And then what invalid path needs to do so return invalid path, which will be a failed, which will set it to be unknown. The next time it comes along, it won't even be there. So hopefully it starts a new search. Okay, so that's, it had an entry. Hang on, we need to start it back here. So it does have an entry there. Added it in somewhere. Where has it added it in? That's confusing. So only meant to be able to add it in here. I might be doing it here. So the cancel is cancelling it. Then it's coming in as an invalid path, which fails it immediately. So it's not quite there. It's not quite right, that. So we only want to cancel it if it's there. So cancel. If get a star search entry ID. What does that return actually? A reference to it. So we only want to cancel ones that exist. Turning Cog, thanks for the follow. Much appreciated. Yeah, let me know how your C++ goes. No problem. So this now is empty. So to create it, and then it should get cancelled eventually. Alright, let's just restart this. Alright, now it gets cancelled. And then when we come along again, it's not valid. So return invalid path, right? We're just going to set it to be unknown. And then the next time we come along, it's still saying it's... Okay, so is valid actually needs to check that it's not equal to invalid path as well. Okay, so interrupt him. So we're going to cancel it. He's going to cancel his path. He's going to come along and he's going to say, ooh, what is the result there? No. The cancel needs to also set to invalid path. Get there eventually. Okay, so come along. It's going to cancel. And then we're going to come along here. And he's going to return invalid path, right? Which is a fail. Which sets it to unknown. And then the next time he comes along, okay, so if not entry or entry result dot reason I need to actually not have these as private really because I want to know what they are. Equals unknown. We could just say failed with unknown as well. That might be nicer. We could say entry result failed with unknown. Well, it might still have a value though, so we can't actually do that. So I also don't know if I actually want it to, if you fail with invalid path, to return there. So I want to say, if drifting result or reason is not equal to invalid path, return. Otherwise, we're going to fall through and recreate a new path. Hang on. We'll do auto reason. That's going to wipe over the reason with unknown. I'm going to do that. This is going to come through. There isn't actually one yet created, so it's not a fail, it's just not there. So we're going to make one, and then we'll listen to the cancel, wherever he is. I need to stop him wandering off. There he goes. So he'll like walk back to his start location. Down. Right, so now we're going to cancel. This is a cancelled with invalid path, right? So it's going to return it was an invalid path. It's a fail. We set it to unknown. It is invalid path, so we skip. And then we set it to working, and we go and do it again, but with a new target now. So let's just have a mess around with him. You can see him recreating his path. So the reason why he's flickering there when he recreates his path is because it is calling the idle alert animation. So if we go to animation routines, we are setting this context now. Saying we're waiting for pathfinding to be done. It just depends what we actually want to do. I think if we're waiting for pathfinding to be done, what I'm going to say is don't do anything. So we'll keep him walking. So that's going to look very weird if the pathfinding for some reason takes a long time to compute. They'll just continue walking on the spot. Like he's going. So there we go, look. He's for some reason continuing walking on the spot. Context is still waiting on pathfinding. So this is a waiting on pathfinding now. You can see it's ticking there. I'm not able to actually end. So we're 25 meters away from our goal. So there is no target index. Interesting. So we do set it to working. So now we're working, right? It must be cancelling it straight away. It's not cancelling. Start is incollidable. Ooh. It returns start is incollidable, which is an invalid path. So how did it pick that the start was in a collidable then? We don't actually need this. I think we need to let the game decide what it wants to do if it fails, rather than hearing the A* code. If the start is in the goal, we need to do a little bit of a search to pick a new start location for it. So we fail it with invalid path. So we invalidate the path. And then when we go here, we want to fail with invalid path again. The reason is invalid path. I'm going to set it to be unknown. So basically now if it fails with starting collidable, it will end here. End up there. I need to try and, there we go. Reason, fail to find goal. It returns failed. So just picked a new goal there. No, it's just not working actually. So we call cancel. Here's that search. So we've got a new goal there. Okay, so what's it going to return here? Working. So it's working now. So he's not trying to find cover. So down this path here. Ever. It's not even trying to do that. He's just trying to get to his goal. Well, that is a cover path. Oh, he's trying to find cover now. There he's not trying to find cover though. He's not moving away from me. Find cover. So this is in move target. Following path. So is it here? It's either here or here. So the result failed there immediately. To get to that move target, it just failed. Which is just A star search result failed. Failed to find goal. What was the goal? Let's try again. We just want to do this now until he stops kind of working. So what's going on now? So the move to's not even. It looks like he is not even doing his cover behavior now. He's not. So now it's just given up. Now it's just given up entirely on the behavior tree. Tick. It's a fail. a second. Let's get the tree up again. All right. We'll tick the node. So current node is a root node. Now we're in a selector node. And now we're in another selector node. And now we're in the sequence node. Got a bunch of children. 2 children. So the child, so this is the action node, which we should be able to set. Every condition true. What conditions do we have on it? Distance to a playable character is less than 10. Okay, so this is just a failure of logic in the actual tree. This is not a bug. So if I move away, he's waiting now. So now the tree is resuming. So the pathfinding's still obviously doing something weird. It's failing him. So he's trying to get to minus 5.5, 8.5. The start is in a collidable. So it's saying the start is in a collidable. Okay. So that's good because we don't handle what happens when the start is in a collidable. So if start is in a collidable, where is his start? 5.5. It'll be in one of these. Okay. So start is in collidable. We don't even try to calculate a new path. Oh, we do. With the same. So let's see what happens to determine that the start is in collidable area. So it's in a static collision node, start cell 5.1, which I can believe, you know. 5 1's there. Probably just in it. Because even though like he's not actually in a collidable zone, we don't make that's very close. We don't make him go too close to it. Like I bet if we showed the Spideans collision cells, how do we do this? Static collision nodes. Collision hashes. Get collision hashes. Let's do. Can we do level? Get collision cells. And we'll just draw them out. Or auto cell and cells. Do we have the game canvas? So canvas, draw quad outline in world. So this is cell. This is rect. BM cast vec to a vec2 cell vec2 1 1 float color 1 0.5 we'll say z int max pixels to world 2. So this is temporary code. Yeah, we just need to decide what we want to do. If the start or the goal end in a collidable. If the goal ends in a collidable, doesn't mean just can't do anything. We need to pick. We just basically need to try and. We need a routine that picks the closest non-collidable node. I think that's what we need to do. And then pick that instead. If the start is in a collidable, we can either warp him out of it or we can walk him out of it. We'll probably walk him out of it. See, the collidable. He's going pretty close. I don't think he's even paying attention. No, he is, because it's the bottom left-hand corner that he uses. So there, try and get him starting a collidable. Collidables are these white squares here. So what's happening now? There we go. So he's going to end up with the start in a collidable. Well, I'm pretty sure we had goal in a collidable there. get him in that state again. So we want the bottom. So we need to go move away from him. The bottom left, if the bottom left end of his path, of the square of his path, bottom left of the last square of his path is in one of these cells, that's goal incollidable. I think he's walking into a collidable, and then when you try and pathfind away from it, the start is in the collidable. Oh look, there he just walked into. Did he walk into it? No. Man, I can't get him to do it again now. Come on. There we go. So if it ends up there, if I don't move, the goal is in a collidable. No, it's not though, is it? Because it's the bottom left corner. Maybe it is. No, it's not. Ah, there we go. So he's saying the start is in a collidable there. That's really hard to see. The thing is, if this here, okay, so the start dot center, so it's the center of this, which is just in the start zone. It's just in there. I mean, it's quite a little bit in there actually. It's quite in there. It's like here somewhere. So start, I think, start this. It's when we actually do the search itself. Start center floor. -2.5. So we're in -2.5 now. Just going to stand right next to -2.5. Or 2 - 5 even. So it's that node right there. Right where my mouse is. And it is in a collidable really. So how do we fix this? if it's in a collidable, he needs to walk away, walk out of the collidable. If it's in a static collidable, we need a routine for that. Okay. So basically then, this movement controller here is going to go bang, 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 bang. This is going to return failed starting collidable. In which case we could just warp if it fails. We could just warp if it fails, or we could try and walk to a different location. So like, so we've got the reason, right? The reason is equal to EA star result. Start is in collidable. Then we can walk him out. Walk the NPC away. Walk the NPC into a valid to a valid point. Walk the NPC to a valid location there. Which is basically doing a move to like valid location. But this move to has got to ignore collision. Okay, I'm going to do that. So 2-minute break, make a cup of coffee, and then we'll come back and do that. So I'll see you in 2 minutes. Okay then. So what we need is a standard optional vec2 get nearest valid location const vec2. Well, we say const vec2 source location, right? Or source p. And then this is if auto new p is get nearest valid location dot position. I want to move to it new p kind of like need to get the walk speed. So this is move to new p walk speed. Well, this could just be max moves, max speed. So I actually need to get it. Callback const standard optional vec2 p. And if not p, then we're just going to do set position to new p. We can't do it. We just set the position. We're just basically going to warp there. So if we get the nearest valid location, we're going to move to it. If we can't get to it, we'll just set it. Else we'll do that. What will default with failed? Here we need to return following path still. So we just need to actually work out how to do this now. So basically what will happen is if it fails the path finding, and the reason is that the start is in the collidable, we'll get the nearest valid location and we'll move the character to that location. Ignoring path finding, ignoring collision. So we do have, I'm sure we had some flags or something. So we need to set that up because we don't have ignoring collision. So that's going to have to go right down to the Here's the thing, if we're ignoring collision, we could just lerp him there in a straight line. Yeah, so we don't have to even go to the path finding. So we'll set up them flags. So it'll be something like namespace E move to flags. Enum value none. Ignore collision. BM enum flags value like that. And then move to needs one where you can set the flags. E move to flags. Like this. And this can just go move to target, max move speed, E move to flags, none, standard forward, const func, like that. And then we're just going to have E move to flags, value move to flags. And we'll just say that's U32. Okay. So now we just set the flags to the flags. Like that. And then on tick move target, we're going to say if move to flags and ignore collision, else. So this returns an E movement controller result. Else, we're just going to do the lerp. Lerp P. Lerp location position. Won't do that just yet. Okay, so now when we come down here, we do this, we want some flags. We want E move to flags, ignore collision. So we need to get nearest valid location then. This is kind of a search. We need basically to get all our colliders going. Static and dynamic colliders. But if it's dynamic, we could not do this. We could just do it on the static colliders, couldn't we? Dynamic means they're going to move out of the way eventually. Well, if the start is in the goal, means they're going to move out of the way eventually. The dynamic. So we'll just do the static colliders. How would you get the static colliders? Collision hashes. Just this. I'm going to say if collision hashes dot size is equal to 0, we just return the source P. There's nothing to collide. Else we need to make the hash code. So auto source hash equals bm cast vec vec2 I source p dot floor, and then we want to hash 32 that, I think. So that's the source hash. So now we might make a lambda for this. So auto test const vec2 p. We'll just have it return a boolean. We're just going to go source hash is p. And we're going to say if standard ranges binary search p in the collision hashes, return true, else return false. So this is, the test is going to just be an intersection test. I'm just going to call it intersects. So all of a sudden now it can't find game canvas in the movement controller, which is weird. Temp include game canvas. Okay. Level undeclared identifier. So we need to get the level. Where's the level? Get current level. So we can't find the level, we can't even do it. So that's fine. Collision hashes cannot be implicitly captured. How does this work? It's the other way around. Is it? It's not P, it's the hash. So that'll basically tell us if we're intersecting a collidable area, one of those white squares. So now we need to actually start at P. So we want size T, depth is 0. And our depth is, we'll start at 1. And we need the maximum depth. So how do we want to do this? I'm going to go for auto. Do you want to do it in integer space? We maybe do, you know. So this is just P. So we're going to go auto P equals bm cast vec to the vec2 I, the source P dot floor, like that. And then we want to go start not. So we're going to go for auto x equals P, we'll start with y's, equals P dot y minus depth y is less than or equal to P dot y plus depth y plus plus. And we do the same for x. If not, intersects vec2i xy, return bm cast vec to the vec2 xy. There we go. And we just have to increase depth now. But we only want perimeters, don't we? I'll do the full area of the square. We only really want perimeters. So we need to go x is greater than if x is greater than minus depth plus 1 and x is less than p dot x plus depth minus 1 and y is greater than p dot y plus minus depth plus 1 and y is less than p dot y plus depth minus 1. Continue. So if it's on the inside, just continue. You don't have to do the test. Okay. So I think that's basically it. And then we need to do while depth plus plus. And we need some kind of exit condition. If depth is greater than like we need to not go past the bounds of the level. The bounds of the room. We do have level, don't we? So we can say auto room bounds equals level dot get room bounds location dot room. So the max depth is equal to the BM max BM max of room bounds dot width room bounds height. So we need, if there's not a room bounds, we can't do it. So that should do it, hopefully, barring bugs. So these all just need to be ints, really. It would be quite nice. Well, I'd say it would be quite nice to just be able to pass X and Y in there, but that's getting off the point now. Okay, so this needs testing. We need to find a source location that is inside the static collidable zones. So for instance, like, we'll go for that one, which is so if we go for this, oh come on, tell me which one you want. We'll go for that one, which is -15, -16, -16.5, -16.5. So we're just going to go get nearest valid location, and the vec2 -16.5. Okay then. So what NPC are we? Spidey, right. So the max depth is 48. So starting with -16.5 with depth of 0. Okay, so that does intersect. And then we're going to go across X. Dismiss that. It's got 10 minutes. Okay. So Y is 4 now. So we're going to start one higher. X is 17, so we're going to start scanning the outside. So apparently -17.4 doesn't intersect. Let's test that. Oh, this is actually running it for real. So depth now is 1. No, it's not running it for real. So -17.4 isn't. Whoops. -17.4 isn't. No, it's not. So it started that one. Okay. So I gather what I need to do here is get the playable character position. Get game state. Get player position. Dot value R0. And then we need to go if auto P is that. do this. This is just P. Whoops. And we'll just draw that red or something, or green. So if we can go, we should be able to go up to a location that's collidable for the Spidey, and it's not collidable for the hero because he's smaller. And it'll just pick a location that's not. Only works when the Spidey's pathfinding though. There we go. So he's definitely working. That green square is where he needs to walk to. To not be collidable. Cool, that's great. So I think I do need to test this first to check it that this stuff is working. I think that these continues are working. So this is like if you're inside. Don't do it. You know, it probably could create a rectangle and just do an intersection with the rectangle. Intersect. Point with rect. That's all I really need to do. Intersect a point with a rect. I just need a rectangle size. Which I don't have. But that's pretty good. So the idea is now we could just walk. If you ever get stuck with the start in the collidable for any reason, you could walk out of it. Is it working though? Because I reckon it should have found one here somewhere. So I think we'll debug that tomorrow, but that'll have to be for tomorrow. I'm gonna have to head off now. Catch you later.